Hello, howdy doody. It's a beautiful night. It's a beautiful life. Happy, happy day. Hey, Christine Newton. No, I haven't got bad service. I was just enjoying the darkness of the road, the company of the driver, and yeah, we're now motoring home, walking home. Yeah, it's nice. It's warm. I'm wearing shorts. It's been progressive couple of days. I'm well fed and happy days, happy, happy, happy days. Yeah, huh? I've even had a shower. Well, I sat in the bathtub and put the shower head over me, and scrubbed my body. Yeah, which was nice. Wonder where my grizzle's at. Where's my grizzles? Grizzles. It's not very fun, is it, Captain? Grizzle's running off, walking off the way without us. A bugger. We don't get to see the wild animals if we go chasing them off before we even get there. Huh. This time last year, I used to join completely different channels to what I pay attention to now. In actual fact, I don't think there's one channel that was going that I still pay attention to from the very beginning. Let me see now. Nope. I don't pay attention. Maybe bare bones to Jamie Sawyer's. Yeah. I tell you one thing. It'll be nice to get to me bed. I hope there's not too much of a party up here waiting for me when I get there. Lots of stars. Lots and lots of stars in the sky tonight. Like, really a lot. Hmm. So how is everybody today? I mean, there's an emotional damage. There's Jamie Sawyer, troll killer. Well, hey, Christine Newton. Christine's in the house. Ultra, what's happening? All right, I've just blinded myself looking at the phone and then walking back into the darkness. It's like, whoa, took me about 5 or 6 seconds then. I gotta learn to close one eye. Yeah. The old sailor's trick, you know? Close one eye and then switch. They says a lot of the pirates with the eye patch. Some folks says the eye patch, that's because the pirates only had one eye. That's not the truth of it. That's not the truth. Here comes Grizzles. No, it's Captain Jack. Okay. So yeah, the truth of the eye patch was for resting one's eye and then getting a clearer perspective by switching the eye patch. He's a cheeky bugger, that Grizzles. He should be walking here with us, Johnny Captain. The bollocks. Oh, Another 5 minutes, and I'll sit down and I'll roll me a smoke. Oh yeah. Wow. That's a blinding light, you know. Ah, here comes Grizzles now. Huh. Right, Grizzles. Bloody part-timer. Cool. I'm happy again now. I got my Grizzles. I got my captain. I got a smoke. I still got my 2 bowls, my 2 eyes. Harp. Wow. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, ay. Ba, ba, da, ba. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba. Promises, promises, promises. The world's full of promises. So I ain't no good adding to them. Wow. Here I am. Here I am. Oh yeah. All right, my darling captain. Shooting star as I look north. Beautiful, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. From the southeast to the northwest. Very beautiful. Coincidentally, just as I get to my observation point, I get me signs that I'm going in the right place. Wow. All right, my darling captain. Ooh, all right, let's see. Nobody in the back chat. Wow. No, I didn't have to walk home. I said to the fellow, look, yeah, the work's done. You got to go home, yeah? So just drop me at the sand pit and I'll at the top of the cement. And I'll walk on from there. It's good for Grizzles and Captain, you know, like this is our road and it's good for us to walk it, you know, like if we'd come up there, there's no refreshments, there ain't no groceries. So, you know, like what? You know, like, yeah, I can relax, but he can't. Do you get me? Yeah. So happy days. Hello, Mike. Yes, Mike, I'm still up on the mountain. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah. Are you on your way over, are you? In a bit, Jamie, bro. You safe travels, yeah? You safe travels. Yes, yes. Yes, Ice Chain. What's happening in the house? In the house. Here he is. Fair play to you, Ice Chain. Keep the artwork going. Happy days. If it makes you happy, do whatever you want. Hello, John O'Connell. How you doing? Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Not too bad. Not too bad. Excellent. We got some ganja. We got some tobacco. We got some Rizla. And we're going to roll one up and get some smoking. Who is this, Steve? I am Steve. Steve is me. Welcome back, Grizzles. I live with Captain Jack. He's going to be 5 come June the 26th. And Grizzles will be 5 around September sort of time. They're both dogs. Captain Jack is a little black fella. He's the one in the picture. And Grizzles is about 10 times bigger. He's golden. He's half German Shepherd and half Akita, Japanese. And yeah. Hey. Yes, A.L. Skinner. Yes, I did. I did claim an old title that I once lived by. Hopefully, to get the attention of some people's on a random level. Yep. I thought about asking the shit show if they'd mind me, kind of like having a similar title. Thank you, John O'Connell. Oi, emotional damage. You know, with life, when you're living life, there's the ups and there's the downs. Yeah. And how do we survive them if we don't experience them? One of the greatest things in life that we have is the ability to experience and share the experiences through various ways of expression. Wickety wicked A.L. Skinner. Wow, brilliant. Thunder and light, thunder and rain. Cool, cool. So long as you've got the natural elements, you're alive. Wow, A.L. Skinner, you have had a life of amazing adventures. You got struck by lightning, 7th for the 7th, '07. Wow, wow, wow. As I think that's like superhero sort of stuff. Wow, that's amazing. Wow. Ultra, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for today. I received a compliment about you. I received a compliment about you. Yes, I did. So I want to thank you for that. For initially, I thought it was going to have some sort of like a nasty sting, but it turns out that yeah, people like you. All right, Ultra, and I thank you for that. For multiple people to say, yeah, we've met nice people on your channel, Steve, and Ultra, he's one of them. You know, I was for me that's complimented that people can see each other through. Yeah, you get me. Sorry, I got hiccups. I'm tired and stoned, and I should be at home. I'm actually currently watching traffic. So give credit where credit's due. Yeah. You know, for even for Mrs. Magpie to say that she'll have to keep distance from this channel for, you know, it's like at least she'll find happiness. Here, you know, like you know, I retaliate with ugly darknesses. When darkness shown on to me, I eradicate it because I go 110%. And good people, you know, can you know, sometimes like I don't know, see the good in me, but you know, like I don't know, I'm my own person. You know, I'm not responsible for other people's. This channel, I feel, is responsible for other people. I feel is responsible for each and every one that I've communicated with, each and every one that gives me a time of day, shares our valuable time. Some people think it's a dirty, dark hole where I'm at. But for me, I see that my life is actually blossoming. From all that I've learned is my earnings. And for all that I can do is my efforts, in which I get effects. And I'll get effects from all my effort. And I progress. Yes, yes, Black Watch. Look, there is no he's better than him and she's better than her. What it is, yeah, is the attractions are more in favor of that one. Yeah. The balance is unbalanced with that one. You know, so for me, it isn't somebody's better. Yeah, it's just some are compatible and others are not. And I've tested this physically, spiritually. Although I shouldn't say that, I haven't tried it spiritually. I haven't got a clue about spirit and stuff like that. But I do know that I've tried and tested. If I go into a negative environment and I drink a cup of coffee or a glass of water in that negative environment, chances are my top lip will blister. And so I try and avoid taking beverages from negative environments. For it has its consequences, untold amounts of consequences. Are you not in a chatty mood tonight, Ultra? You don't fancy coming chatting to Big Brother Steve? I'll send the link out for you. Maybe Blackwatch wants to come for a chat. If nobody's bothered coming for a chat, I'll smoke my joint and I'll walk on home. I am very very much in the idea of, if I had my blankets with me, I'd just sleep here. It's a very nice place to be sleeping. Ground level with the snakes, scalopendros, scorpions. Ground level for the feeding of the wild boar. Yeah, but wake up in the morning and seeing the eagles. Oh, oh, oh. I am he, and he is I. He'd say, she'd say, on their travels. For a jolly good fellow, is a jolly good fellow he is. What the Plitio did I just say? And where did I just put that lighter? Hey, hey, hey. Bugger. Stoned. Yeah, back pocket. When in doubt, reach behind. Oh. How comes I've got no avatar? Is it a glitch? Must be a glitch. I'm going to edit my avatar. I'm going to change it. What will I change it for? Good evening, good sir.
Good evening. How are you?
Oh, yeah. We
I
top
thought
boy.
I muted YouTube and I thought you left maybe.
Pardon. No, I went over and I changed my avatar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Can you see my new avatar?
I can't see the darn thing. I got 3 windows up, one over the other.
Oh, okay. And
Uh,
there's no echo. That's strange. How do you manage that one?
no echo. I don't know.
Most people, when they've got like 2 or 3 pages open, they'd have like feedbacks.
No, I went to YouTube, muted it, and I got like chat, and I got email and Skype, and
Hey, all right, okay, all right, I
it's
get you.
odd you mentioned that. You know that
Hmm.
because I got shown the door somewhere based on feedback on my microphone.
Right, yes, this happens to me quite often. Get taken advantage of because of bad signal or feedbacks and stuff. Yep.
No, but maybe I'm not making it clear. I went from Scotland to Hawaii with no feedback. So you see, with just
Wow.
the vehicle to get rid of you. That's all it
Yeah.
was.
Right. Yeah. Right. Wow, you sound like you're well traveled then, Blackwatch. That's pretty smart.
Well, a little bit, but no, I mean, like I've used Skype, I use Zoom, I used them all, and I never had an issue. Because I
Right.
kind of thought it strange. If this was the first time I'd say to you, Steve, you got any feedback from me? That was the first thing I asked a lot, panels,
Mm.
any calls. But now I'm banned on 8 channels now.
Oh wow. I don't know how many I'm blocked from in chat, but like most chats that I've been to over a year on certain circles of YouTube. Like as soon as I turn up, I get blocked. It's all good. Yeah, welcome to YouTube. You know, it's all about compatibles and non-compatibles, isn't it?
I got between, just like you, the community thing, right?
Yeah.
And I stood for somebody. But it was interesting last night, the guy from Hawaii, but I
Mhm.
had a wrench this time, and he doesn't know anything about what was going on. And
Mm.
I didn't engage, somebody else did off the panel. So, but
Mm.
I left. I'm not going to, long story.
Yeah, cool, man. We like long stories. Yeah, that's hence the mushrooms.
Goes back to May, June 2020. So, whatever.
Wow. So this time 3 years ago.
Yeah, it
Wow.
was, and everybody that took a stand, those that did, are reversing it so their channel would have content. No, I'm not going to do that, but it's just
Do you know what surprises me, Blackwatch? Yeah, is like for me, I always been like too involved with here and now the real world. Yeah, I've never played around with social media as such, yeah, and platforms. For the last year is all I've been doing. You get me, yeah? And like maybe a year and a half ago, up until a year and a half ago, I was still sat there just watching documentaries. You get me? Yeah, I didn't even know about live chats and stuff.
oh, this. I won't say what country, but this fear over secrets and plots and
Yep.
uncovering the truth.
Oh yes, mate. I'm experienced this in myself, as far as I'm aware. I don't want to go into details because it's upsetting too many people's. All
Yeah.
I'll say is all the details are available on my community page as and when I'm getting feedback. You know, as soon as stuff comes in, I'm copy and posting it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, I've identified circles where they're manipulating people's certain narratives, as they say. I mean, I never even heard of the word narrative until I came to YouTube. Do you get me? Yeah,
But I
that's how
mean,
I am.
in my opinion, they were just cause. But when it came to my opinion of things, about a year and a half, about 18 months into it, clearly all this information gathering does nothing. You're not going to do anything with it.
Mm,
Came, like do or don't do. I was going to say another phrase, that we're familiar with. Do it or don't do it. And then they'll say to me, well, how do you feel, up there? How do you feel? And I said, how I feel? I want to live out the years I have, and hopefully they're plentiful. I don't care. I don't care. Not at my age. I don't care.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like you got to kind of evaluate your life. And
Exactly.
it's not up to me to govern my granddaughters or grandchildren's life or their children's life. I figure but that's my outlook. I just say to them, you're not doing anything about it. You're still with these little, conspiracy plots you want to uncover. I just want to live out my life.
Yep. Yep.
1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 20, who knows? That's all I want to do.
Yep.
So that might not be popular in the Durama, tank. I don't know.
Are you a man of are you a natural funny man? Are you like a performer for others? Are you just a bit more solitude and find your own entertainment turning stones?
The funny thing, I mean, really, I have a photographic memory. I do. There's
Cool.
a mountain of things I wish I could forget. Faces I can see that I wish I hadn't. But I said it at the beginning of all this, really quick. I've been around for years. I use different, IDs. But I did security for a living on mainframe. So the YouTube thing would corrupt. I wasn't getting kicked out. I'd have the Gmail and I couldn't get in. And this Black Watch was the last go. But the point I try to make with others, I got something in my life that's not going to go away. It's extremely serious. So I'm not going to get overly serious about anything else. So what are you going to do? So it's just, if you have fun, if you have a better outlook on things, makes everything else easier to me. A little bit.
Yeah. Always look on the funny side of life. Yeah. Turn everything into the funny side. For example, if I was to be walking up the hill now and fucking 20 wild boar fucking stampeded me and fucking bounced me around the place, I'd be like, fucking hell, man, that don't happen to everybody. Do you get me?
This is, and particularly in this time, people need relief, whether it's music, comedy, something. They need relief. They don't need somebody beating a drum.
Thank you.
But they don't see that.
Thank you.
I'm at the point I just give up. I haven't been around I had to make, I started with music reactions and music, and I went to information technology, which I'm banned on 3 channels over there. And then another one, diversion from everything else. And now I'm banned on 6 more. So for the most part, it's overseas.
That's right, man. That of all the millions of channels that's available, and you're only blocked from 6. That like wow, like happy days.
Yeah, I mean it's I don't really fit to what it is now. I don't think. But you just splash around in the pond.
For me, it's a freedom. Somebody that agrees and encourages just to be free, as long as like it's not upsetting anything. Like the minute it's upsetting, it's not. It takes away the freedom. So for me, it's kind of like for me, this all these rules that are on this social platform. For me, it kind of disables a lot of people's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm not surprised. I noticed a change in myself, of myself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically it. I just want to live it out, have a try to reclaim Maybe it's really reclaiming part of your youth. I don't know. But that's about it. I don't need the drama. I don't need the, like,
Yep.
I
Yeah,
won't mention, is going on, particularly from the United States, and all these, conspiracies and this and that.
man. Yeah,
And
yeah. I've grown up with people like that all my life. So you know, like I'm kind of grateful to have the knowledge of what they sowed in our heads back then. I'm grateful for the knowledge because now look at us. Do you get me? Yeah, I'm the wiser man for taking it with a pinch of salt, but not ignoring it.
yeah,
Yeah, but getting on with my life. uh, Not letting it disable me. A lot of people let these conspiracies disable them, don't they?
yeah, you always like, honestly, it just came to the point, particularly with Americans, do it. You keep talking. It's rhetoric. So I just, I pointed out a couple of things and I was banned. It's only the truth. It's not even my opinion. But I know why. I expected it. I was waiting for it for about 14 months. So no, I don't really think about it. I don't care. So,
Well, you do care. You just don't give a fuck.
right.
Yeah, you care so much, you just don't give a fuck. That's what I says.
Yeah, really. It's just like there's enough going on in my life, and I gotta. When I started in information, they called it electronic data processing. What we're doing now would be Star Wars. Me and you talking like this. You couldn't
Mm,
conceive of it. You know.
right? Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. I mean, yeah. 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 I take that. I understand that. It's like I've seen a lot of these movies, and to think when those movies was available, like that was all just sci-fi. But when we look now, that's our reality.
Yeah. But you know what? Really, since we're on the subject, just almost makes my jaw drop. But I understood. I understand it. And if there's Americans out there, I don't care. I dealt with you all my life. Where they go about movies and they're
Mm,
trying to equate Terminator and everything and all these to modern day events.
mm,
What?
mm.
It's ridiculous.
Fear mongering, wasn't it? Do you know, like yeah, fear mongering. Seeing those dates that like this year, like all that was in Terminator is gonna happen. Do you get me? It's like, hang on a minute, yeah, it was fear mongering. Yeah, that's our time span.
To one degree, but I think what it is content. They've run out of everything. So let's invent something else, to carry
Right,
it.
and yeah, and that as well, yeah. But it's also like what messages in that movie did people held on to that we need reminding of, like because it gave people faith or it gave people, like look left instead of just go to sleep. Mm,
Well, when they say computers are going to talk to one another and do all this and take it over to, because of my background, I just laugh at it. It's a joke.
mm,
It's just, it's ridiculous.
mm.
But, I kind of, that's years in my past. So I'm a long time back. I don't think about it anymore. I think I didn't start off my way, at 19, 20, but maybe when I look back at it, because it didn't work, what I was looking for, you get married, you have kids, and you retire. And you don't touch a computer, none of which really happened. Not, I got married, I had kids, but I've been divorced almost 30 years. I was married for 22. Just doesn't happen that way, Steve.
Mm.
It just, but anyway, now I'm getting very solid. So I kind of envy you over there. That must be really something on a mountain and that.
Do you know what? I could say the same for yourself. Do you know, like having access to the Mayan trails and the Native American trails and all that. You know, like hidden culture stuff. I'd love to have that freedom. Like here, like man, I don't know. It's good. It's not my dream, but now it's become my reality. You know, it's all that I do dream about. So it's a weird one, you know. I mean, 2020, I was, Mother Nature dragged me here. You know, like
Uh,
for myself, like you're there with the computer generating stuff, like, and I've lived like way away from it. You get me? Yeah.
yeah.
And now I'm in that situation where I'm way away from everything, but I want to bring it here. You know, I want to bring that computer technology here. It's crazy. Like I've never wanted it in my life, and now I do. Yeah, want to
I
bring
had,
the world. You know.
I had this thing, you know, the 65 or 70, whatever. You retired and never see a computer the rest of my life. Well, here you go. You know, it's part of life, you know, but it doesn't rule us. But that's
It,
just my thought. I mean, you know, you know, as long as this thing works, I don't care about tech. If something goes wrong, if I can't fix it, I got somebody that come in from Australia, you know, a number of countries to fix it for me. And that's all I care about.
Mhm.
That's the
Yeah.
first bill I pay every month,
Mhm.
communications. So
Well,
it
you
is,
know, my first bills are dog treatments and dog food, and then like yeah, maybe phone credit would come like reasonably important after that,
yeah.
and then it's food for myself. Yeah.
But you might actually have it. You know, there's always the thing, you know, can you retire? Can you live everything else? But particular, well, everybody here, but seniors in particular, it's
I think
gone
like
from,
I've retired all my life. I think I've just had work holidays. Do you get me? Yeah, because I've had seasonal works mostly. You know, it's all like, and then when I'm, during seasonal works, you've got the breaks, and it's like get involved in different works. You know, whatever is available. So
yeah,
for me, I've never had that like career. You know, like 9 till 5. You know, like day in day out. I've never had that ever in my life, even in the kitchen, you know, like it was a different adventure every day. You know, the menus are never the same. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I could never say my father taught me something. He just left it there where you can't miss it, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Cool.
It was never this sit down and, you know, about most things and everything else. And the one
Man,
thing
times,
he said,
different times, man. Man, back when you was a boy growing up, man had different different distractions. Do you get me? Yeah. I mean,
oh,
like,
yeah,
wow, really, like, I really admire those times. I mean, you got to think like it was your grandparents, if they grew up in the States, that was like Billy the Kid and stuff like that. Do you get me? Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
You know, that was your grandparents. That's my great grandparents. You know,
yeah,
yeah. It's
yeah. It was,
you know,
you know, I've tried to think,
different ethics, different, yeah, different mentality altogether.
you know, I've tried to think what would it be like when, of course, they met in a restaurant. My paternal grandfather, I never saw any of them, um, worked downtown in Toronto. And he, you know, of course, single man or something, you go to a restaurant and there's a waitress that he fancied and he married. But what it would have been like back then, but you know, it's inconceivable.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, in all fairness, to be that man that walks into that cafe and comes out with the waitress that's working there. I mean, in all fairness, yeah. I mean, like, a lot of men go into fucking cafes and bars back then. Do you get me? Yeah. And yeah, wow, that woman had fucking she had her come out with your grandfather. Your grandfather's a lucky man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Mhm.
I mean, I think you'll agree. And I never foresaw. If you told me I'd be here talking to you or on YouTube and all this stuff like this, I would have said, no, I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I've met a lot of people, and one special one, very special.
Nice, nice.
And you know, there'd be all the cafes, restaurants in the world. And I could walk into every one of them, and I don't think I would have met her.
Yeah, yeah.
It's very strange.
Yeah, yeah.
But who knows where it's going to go? It has not been an easy ride.
Well, do you know what they says? Yeah, if it was made easy, would you have stayed on the roller coaster? You know, or would you have jumped off because it was too boring?
Well, apparently I'm a risk taker and a thrill seeker, so I guess, yeah, I would have stayed on it.
Did you get? Oh,
You know,
for me, if the roller coaster was moving too slow, I'd find more euphoria jumping off the fucking thing. Do you get me?
there's some of them, you know, in the world roller coaster I could not do.
Yeah.
The ones of the day I rode.
Right, you get me? And this is one of the other things in the States, yeah. You go all them big friggin' exotic friggin' theme parks and all that whatnot. Yeah, you get me? Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, like, whoa, like, wow, mile long fucking roller coasters and stuff
yeah.
like that, mile high and yeah.
I'm used to the wooden. My day was the wooden ones, not these metal tubes. You know,
Yeah,
they were wood.
yeah, the pedal powered,
Yeah.
the hand cranked.
I, rem-
Imagine, wow.
I remember the one that they called the Flyer, and it was wood and everything else. And you know, you can imagine it was like a building and wood, and it goes up and it'd be almost all the way around the lineup. So you get up there and you buy a ticket, roll a ticket. So when it comes into the, you know, the end of it, you just show the guy your tickets, take a ticket.
Mhm.
Then you don't go back in line. But I don't know. You know, one thing. This is only me. This is only my opinion. I don't judge. I haven't judged for seems forever now. Um, Medical assistance with things, what people do, if you know what I mean, and try to get through with things. That's one thing. Things that
Mhm.
prove helpful were often considered destructive. You'll get what I mean. I
Mhm.
remember as a teenager, you be in the honestly, there's a drug dealer, and I knew my parents knew he was a drug dealer. They were going to let me find it out, which I'm
Mhm.
grateful for. But in those days, you're in a restaurant, and there'd be a guy outside have a new blue jean jacket, new jeans, and his boots were shiny. And you're supposed to go, that's not a narc, is it? Of course it was.
Mhm.
You know, but the point is, I came to it. My license was important to me. I raced and everything. And honestly, I got so high, I was going up from a valley with two other guys. One got off with me, the other didn't. And there was an old folks' home on the left. And I had a 64 Pontiac convertible. Anyway, I said to my friend Ray, I said, shit, this is great. He said, what's wrong? And the car's going to stall. How am I going to fix it? Which I could fix it, but not like that. It wasn't the car, Steve. I parked. We ended up in a restaurant, you know, on the munchies with fries and gravy. And I didn't do it again. Because if the cop stopped, you know, it was unforgiving in those days, drinking and everything else. But my point is this: if marijuana and things like this, and THC, and you know, and the oil, it helps people, CBD and everything. So
Mhm.
I grant them that. I don't judge them, you know.
Mhm.
But the recreational thing where it just becomes a way of life, I think that drug dealer, I told him where to go. There was we were across from a school, him and his buddy, and the three of us in a restaurant. And a 12-year-old came in, and he says, I'm afraid to, but I want to spike a horse. His buddy says, I'll do it for you. I said, what? I'll do it for him. That's the last time I saw them. I
Mhm.
can't abide that.
Yeah, same. I've walked out of situations because I've not agreed of what I've seen. So yeah, I'm the same, Black Watch, and I appreciate to hear it coming from a fellow man. Yep. I've seen
I,
many fellows that just ignore what they see. They pretend they don't see it. It's disgusting.
yeah. But the guy I hooked up, Steve, I doubt if he saw his 25th birthday. The odds were against him because of that. So, pardon me, I won't live.
Mm.
So I found my
Yeah.
thrills elsewhere. Particularly the 60s muscle cars.
Okay. Wow.
That was the, I mean, you go to the A&W, a drive-in with the girls with their short skirts and roller skates, and you were lucky to afford that. You're lucky to afford the high test gas. But the cops, if you squealed the tires going home, the sergeant would be standing there, spot check, whatever it is, and he'd say to you, "I'm here till 2 a.m. I don't want to see you again. Do we understand one another?" You didn't get a ticket, but it was fun. Wasn't quite happy days like, Ron Howard, but it was close to it. And when I divorced, I had an 89 Mustang, and I hooked up with two guys with a performance shop, and I turned it into a Pro 50, 1,000 horsepower. So that was fun.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I could have gone crazy because one guy blew his engine in Reading, Pennsylvania, and the other guy, we had a friend die. The only one I know. Flipped his car at 160 miles an hour. Car went into the guardrail, stopped the guardrail, didn't stop the rest of the car with him in it. But this guy's wife said, when we came back, Roy's quitting. And I said, well, he's got $250,000 in it. What do you mean he's quitting? His wife thinks he's going to die. So that opened the door for me.
Hmm.
We need a new race block and everything else. We'll sell you one for $1,000, and $30,000 later, I was in it.
Wow.
That was.
Ooh.
I had the first turbo in Canada, and the guy said to me, one of the brothers, "Why are you getting that? You'll stand at the line. We're gone." You know what the brother has today? The last time I looked was 2014. He's on YouTube, 2012. As a 2004 Mustang, twin turbo, and it was running 6.2 at 260, and it's faster in the last 6 years. I like to pull them up and say, "What about the turbo? You said it wasn't any good." It's running almost 3,000 horse. So that's a thrill. That's a thrill.
Yeah.
And I get the thrill thing. I just when I really look at myself, and I could go on and on. I'm a control freak. I can't be out of control.
Right. Okay.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
Well, that's a good thing in life, like that is a really good thing in life. A lot of people don't like it. Yeah, and a little bit ashamed or scared of being in control or having control. But
I'm not,
yeah.
I'm not in control of life, Steve. I want to be in control of myself.
Yeah.
Real quick, I'll just go through it real quick. My wife was due, in the 9th month. And I was working shift work and everything and all, I was hardly home. And back in the day when I had 6 teams in the NHL, the hockey night in Canada, the game ended at 10:30. So anyway, my friend called me and he, "What are you doing?" I said, "I just got home." And he said, "If you want to come over, him and he wasn't quite married yet, and watch hockey night in Canada." I said, "I got to go in tomorrow night at 7, literally 24 hours off." And I was going to say no. I turned around, my wife's standing there like, "I want out of here. I've been cooped up here." That look. So I said, "What the hell? I'll come over, but we're going home right after." It was a surprise baby shower. So what happened? She's sitting there, and of course she can't do things. And and my friend had the younger guy that was going to marry eventually his sister. He was a drug dealer. Well, after a few beers and a few reapers, I wasn't quite all right. Then his little guy that married his sister later years started to play mind games with me. So I looked at Ray as much to say, do something with this little piss ass little, or I will.
Mhm.
And he looked at me like it was funny. So I'll just say it on here. I don't think he'll lose it. I told him, I said, fuck off. I took my wife's hand and went home. I never had a friend since. I never. That was a childhood friend. But you know what it is, mind games.
Mm.
I just looked at him, you little asshole. You think you're really going to do that trip on me? But anyway, that ended that. You never know, do you, Steve?
We never know, do we? This is the excitement in life, you know? Yeah.
The woman you think you're going to be with forever.
Yeah.
And the worst part is I entertained after divorce 3 times. Do you think there's a future for it?
Of course, man. Of course. Always.
Now I'm at the point that I told this other woman and everything, I said, try as you might, you will never cut me. I'm
Huh.
old, scarred, and thick-skinned, just so you know.
Yeah. That's what we become, isn't it?
That woman cut me 3 times. But
Oh.
anyway, that was a very long time ago. But anyway, that's how Blackwatch came across. It's
Wow.
a boring story. But as I
No.
you know,
No. Far from boring. I've been very, very quiet, taking all in what you've been saying, and for me, I'm entertained. Do you get me? Yeah, you're keeping me company, brother. Yeah, you're keeping it real. You're opening up. You're being yourself, and you're saying what you need to say. They get it said, brother. Welcome to Shit Pit Steve. Yeah.
the odd thing about it and this is all in honesty, somebody would question my sanity. I created Blackwatch, and some people, because the guy's got 380,000 subs or something, and of course there's an awful lot of foreign wars veterans and everything, and they kind of looked at that, the Three Scots, the First Regiment, and I thought,
Mhm.
believe what you want. I ended up with a ranch, right? I was accepted.
Mhm.
But honestly, what I've noticed, Steve, it's a mirror. It's like I looked at myself, you know what I mean? And I put it out there, and people just react to it, whatever the way they react. It sounds rather vain, but that's what it is.
Blackwatch. I'm glad you've mentioned because this channel once was titled Mirror Mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've always held people to their titles. Yeah.
Mm.
So for me, you having a explanation and a dramatic explanation to your title,
Yeah.
for me, that's character. You're worthy of your title. You get me? Yeah. A lot of people with their titles, man. You get me?
Well, it just came to me one time, but I did notice on yours it said mirror, mirror, and I kind of went, wow, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because of course you've been listening in for many a months.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I remember you a long, long time
Yeah.
coming in. Yeah. Nearly a year. Maybe 10 months, 11 months.
Well, I know you kind of like people that talk, but one thing I found, um, I became convinced there was no woman born or created that would stay with me. So I just keep quiet.
So go through them like you go through your underwear.
Mm-mm, I
Yeah.
don't. Because you
One
can
for
do
each leg.
you can do that. I could have done that, but it's shallow. There's nothing there. So, anyway, so much for my true confessions.
Yeah.
You only got one go around. Make the best out of it.
Yeah. 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 And that's it. It's like for me, you know, I've said this many times. This walk is hard. Yeah. After working all day for a couple of days and then walking home, you know, it's like blooming heck, man. But then I get up here and it's all worth it
Yeah.
because you know it's just I don't know stars listening to the bugs and the night owls,
Yeah.
listening to the rocks falling, the waves crashing. It's like
I always like rain on the roof at night.
yeah,
It'll
well,
put you to
don't
sleep.
come to Spain because it don't much rain.
Oh, it does. And you know one thing I did. I don't know if it's the memory thing. I don't know what it was. And people notice it. You have a line, you're talking, you're saying something, and a song will come to mind. People have written about everything we go through. You're
Yeah.
not the first. So music is a big thing.
They say there isn't an original thought left.
No, it started somewhere. I mean, I think Chuck Berry in the 50s were unique, and then it
Yeah.
just went from there.
They were the legends, weren't they? They were the icebreakers of much music.
Well, the Beatles, Paul McCartney, they all looked at, Chuck Berry,
Yeah,
Maybelline, and
yeah,
the best funny one I like is My Ding-a-Ling.
right.
Have you heard that one? It's a funny, if you talk about engaging an audience, when he used to do that at a concert, everybody
Right.
had a riot, they were, but sometimes I look at myself and I don't believe I'm not that old, but I am. I have 4 great grandkids under the age of 7. Another one on the way, and
Hey, wow.
I've never seen one of them. I have a
Oh,
photograph of the second boy, which the one granddaughter I don't care. They're moving away. I watched her growing up, and I thought this isn't going to work. Not for
mm,
me.
mm,
But I'm happy with it. I could
mm,
still be alone 100%. And I don't know. It doesn't make sense, Steve.
mm. I know, yeah, I know,
And
I know.
I could get shot here. I don't really care. I don't. I mean, you can't change. You
Mhm.
put so much effort into being what you're being, and then it takes very little effort, and then everybody looks at you like, what? And you're supposed to put the greatest effort of your life to accommodate them. It's not worth it.
I know, I
And
know.
my point is this, and I'm going to say it, the Americans, I don't care. It's a known fact since I was a child, where men get up on panel and they talk about the food and whatever, there's a lot of fun. And they come to their guns. So you know
Mm.
what I do in chat with that? An hour-long thing about the guns and everything. The bigger, the better. Americans think there's something called deader than dead. It's no fun if I don't vaporize you. So I'll say to one of the women in chat, could you pass the testosterone shaker? I'm a little low. It's the quintessential 4-foot man that buys a Cadillac and he needs 3 cushions to see over the steering wheel. Only sometimes they're 8-foot men, and look at my gun. It just went through 9 cinder block walls. Well, I guess if I'm hiding behind a tent, I'm okay. Is that what you're saying? Do you know what I mean? Like, really?
Well, to be honest with you, in the life that I've lived, there hasn't been much talk about guns and stuff. Yeah,
No,
lots of talk about weed, bongs, pipes. Yeah, yeah, lots of talk about weed.
I never created a persona with it. I really didn't. It kind of started at my own, and I looked in my own mirror. I didn't like what I saw, but I got to live it. And the people did it, and they didn't know if it was male or female for almost a year and a half. Because the point is, I'm assured, I'm certain of who and what I am. You know, I don't have to prove it to anybody.
Correct.
Clear. And I can play. I can play.
Nice, nice.
Because you know the one thing I said to one of the first, it was StreamYards, because everybody thinks Zoom is. I've been on them all. And I talked to the woman in Texas, and I won't say her name. I'll call her Betty. And when I was leaving for the night, I said, Betty, tell me one thing. And she says, what's that? I said, are the seams in my pantyhose straight? She said, they're perfect. I said, good night. I'm not threatened by things.
Yeah.
So I don't have to talk about the size of a gun or anything.
Yeah. You get me.
There's always the next man, and he's bigger and tougher. Just don't go looking for it.
Right. Yep. Thank you for. Yeah, I need reminding of that sometimes.
Well,
It's right there in front of me as I can see it. You get me? Yeah, but like, all I got to do is just turn around and it's not in front of me no more.
yeah, I mean, this is my dad, he, Second World War, he was in Belgium artillery. And if it wasn't for the Belgium underground, he wouldn't have continued his very short marriage or kid, because an 88 shell came over to a howitzer, hit the plate, took his left shoulder out almost, and they got him out. But he did say to me, if you're going to fight, right, if you can get away, you get away. You always have another day. But sometimes you can't. And sometimes there's more than one. And you find the one they're following.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, sweep the knees, which will take anybody down.
Mm-hmm.
Kick him in the balls, he'll go down.
Mm-hmm.
Hit him in the throat. And I said, Dad, I don't want to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
He had a flashback to the war. What if you're sitting and there's a German soldier, and both your guns lock up? You can't get to the bayonets. What do? Sweep his knees, kick him in the nuts, and knock his throat right over his head.
Mm-hmm.
So I never did that.
Lucky.
I got bullied one time and I couldn't get away from it. I had a paper route. I was about 12. Big Italian guy. And his little minions. I never told my dad. So the box I had the papers in, all 300 of them, I put a 12-inch knife. I put it to his throat. I said, you're Italian. You know what it's like to stick a pig. Keep going, I'll stick you. He never bothered me again. Sometimes you have to.
Yeah. We laugh now, but at the time, I bet you was a little bit rattled.
It was rough.
Yeah.
He was going to torment me every day of my life.
Yep. I've never had to put a knife to anybody's. No.
I had no choice.
Not like that. Yeah.
Kid with 200 pounds, what was I going to do?
This is it.
I was about 100 at the time. But anyway, that's just my thing. I
was 17 and I had a fellow, he was a crackhead, and he pulled a knife out on me. He was selling dodgy acid, and I tried this acid like a couple of days before, and I wasn't having it. That he was just selling this shit acid and just ripping people's off. I didn't agree with him. Yeah. When I told the peoples and I told him, I guess it was too public. I should have pulled him aside and said something, but I did it publicly. So I kind of deserved having a knife pulled, but I still beat him up.
But I've heard there's one guy, this one guy more or less led 2 channels. If he went up there, they followed him, the creator. And he had an issue with me, fine. And I could call him out. he said he went to a bar and they had a fight and the guys took off and came back. And the one guy he beat up, he broke almost all his ribs, 2 arms, and this and that. And I got, in what lifetime could you damage somebody that way? You're full of shit.
Mm.
And you never went to jail. You never had assault charges.
Well, actually, I've had similar, but it wasn't just myself. It was I had the help of metal fence, metal railings.
Yeah.
And the police released me because fellas, he'd been pushing elderly people away from fucking cash points. Yeah. So, he was a bad character, and the police had him finally. So, I done after I worked for him. There you go. I was only a kid, I was yeah, 16, 17.
But I was more or less, well, Rose, right? Toronto.
Right.
I was more or less born there. But at the end of the day, I know an awful lot of retired police sergeants. I knew a lot of them. I knew the place. And to the man with a sergeant, you know what they say the greatest part of their career was? Their greatest accomplishment? They never unholstered a weapon, not one.
Yep. Yeah. I've heard that expression before. Yep. I've heard folk saying that before. For myself, growing up in England and then Ireland and then back to England, my teenage years was in Ireland, but then my late teenage years floating around, and it was just freaking heck, man. I mean, both Ireland and England, both timid in comparison to what I see over happening in America, and then Bristol in the southwest of England, that's very timid in comparison to other parts of England.
Yeah. But that's all in the past.
Where I lived in Ireland was very similar surroundings to this, but the climate was totally fucking different. Yeah.
I remember my mom saying to me, her and my father are going to get married, and he said not yet because they're going to, the Second World War. They're going to take me, 39. So he went. My mom told me this. My dad would never tell me anything about that period of his life. And they said to him, "You got varicose veins in your calves." He says, "Yes." Well, we don't want that. Go get an operation. And he says, "For what?" He says, "How much is that going to cost me? $100. He says, "You want me? Take me." So they didn't want him. So he went home and got married. And then, of course, enough of them died. They pulled him in. Point being, my mom said it took us 3 years. His father had such a Scottish brogue, she couldn't understand a word he said. What is he saying?
Yeah.
He died at 46 when my dad was officially discharged.
Right.
So I'm told. I don't know.
I tell you, there are some accents that really just yeah, man. It's wow. Is there any? I don't know what they say. There is. I've met a few accents.
I told one woman we were talking or something, and I said, when you go up the street when you're younger or something, and you kind of look at this old couple, you say, "Isn't that sweet?" And a old couple walking up the street. Then one day you go for a walk, and there's young people behind you going, "Look at that old couple. Aren't they sweet?" Don't blink too fast. Time goes by.
Yeah.
But I ain't ready to lay down and die yet.
Good stuff. Flag watch. Good stuff.
But anyway, there's one bit of whatever. However the hell I got here. My ticket still read Paradise, and I haven't got there yet. I asked for a refund. I didn't get any. But
Here, Blackwatch, are you all right on the panel whilst I walk into out of signal? I'll get signal when I'm back at my bus.
Okay.
It's about six. It's about 6 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. You enjoy.
I'll watch the clouds go by.
Yeah, man. I'm watching the stars. They're guiding me home at the moment. I look up at the stars and I can see the road. If I look at the road, I don't see it.
Yeah.
And because it's all loose stones, it's better off not seeing it. Because then at least your feet are doing the looking.
Yeah.
Well, for myself, anyways.
We were having a heat wave here and it's finally cooled down.
Right. Okay. That's impressive. Because all last week, for about 3 weeks, I've had thunder and lightning, and
Well, it looks like it's only the three of us in here.
it's now very unusual.
Steve must be out of range. I guess it'll be 6 months, 6 minutes before he's back. Must be on the bad side of the mountain. What can you do? Hello, Steve. Rose, if you're out there, come on panel. Been a long time. Let's see what we got here. Oops, wrong button. Alright. Do 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 do. Do. First time viewer, long time caller. Go ahead. Must be out playing with Captain Jack. Oh, Steve. I play some music, but look at his channel taken down. And he won't like that. Has anybody seen my old friend Steve? Can you tell me where he's gone? Saw him walking up over the hill. I just looked around and he's gone. Hello, Steve. Now I know what Rose felt like. Well, it looks like it's you and I on the wall, Jamie. If you're still there. Oh, Steve. Do 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 do. I think it's been more than 6 minutes. Where'd you go, Steve? I just looked around and he's gone. I think we should have to put out an APB on Steve. Left me the keys to the car and no gas. Does this mean I have to put the cat out? Let's see if I can find his credit card. I'll order in a pizza. How do you lose some guy in a pitch black on a mountain in Spain? I don't know, but we're about to find out. Do. I wonder if he left a forwarding address. Yoo-hoo. Oh, Steve. Dude. Is anybody here? Whoops. Was that you, Steve? No. Mr. E. We seem to have misplaced Steve momentarily. I wonder if I get paid overtime for this. Oh, man. You could have left the dog with me to pet, Steve, or something. Oh, a stick for or something. Oh, Steve. Well, there's only 3 of us, not enough room for cards. Ultra must have left. I wonder what happens if I press this button. I wonder if there's a reward for Steve. Somebody check Google. Does this mean I have to pay rent? I can't afford rent. I'm already paying rent. Oh, boy. I'm almost afraid to ask, but go for it, Jamie. Or didn't the yes people belong there? Okay. I haven't told a joke in a long time. I only tell reactionary jokes when I'm talking to myself. I don't know what's going on. We've misplaced Steve.
Peekaboo.
There he is.
How are you doing? All right.
Well, we put out 4 APBs, 2
Nice.
911 calls. And they
Nice.
said, Steve who? And we couldn't answer the question.
Well, as obvious, Steve who? Ship it, Steve, or Mountain Man, Steve?
I tried that and I ended up with the Beverly Hillbillies extension.
Yeah, yeah, I can understand that one. Yeah.
Going to tell you a story about a man named Jed, poor mountaineer. I got tired of that song. That's all that was played while I was on hold. Some of those television shows, my God.
How was the chat for you? Were they were they good with you?
Well, Jamie came up with a rather questionable joke, but hey, anything in a tight squeeze. Thought he was going for an international Freightliner truck, but apparently it was the news. And a couple people are here that weren't here. John and Mr. E, I believe.
Oh, Mr. E is he's a cool fella. He does he's got an Orbex channel, yeah. He explores England, abandoned buildings and stuff.
Okay.
Very interesting chap. Yeah, I like his content. Yeah.
Do you know a Miss, or not Miss, Queen Nessie over in England? No,
Queen
Scott.
Queen
She's,
Nessie? No, I don't. No, I don't. No.
she's, she's in Glasgow.
Okay.
Geordie that moved there 24 years ago. It's fun over there. She doesn't do it that often, but when she does, she must do it from her midnight to 5 a.m. sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But it can be, like I say, the American. I got tired of the American, and they got tired of me.
Mm-hmm.
But no, she can be. She's not on that often, but I enjoy accents.
Yep, me too. And
You know,
this is something that I says about music. For me, I quite openly listen to what I consider foreign music because if I don't understand the language, then the voice is another instrument. Yeah, and it adds to the music. But like with an English with an English spoken vocabulary music, for me
yeah.
sometimes it's more of a spell of awareness. Yeah, and I don't like that.
There's she has a very weird name. It doesn't come to mind. She's got, I think, almost 5 million subs now. Oh, Emma Heasters. She's in the Netherlands, but she's doing Indian music now. So I unsubscribed. I'm getting tired of it.
Okay.
She's got a lovely voice. I mean, there's somebody Dimash. I can't say his last name. Gutenberg. He's not German, but I don't know if you know the song SOS. This young
Mm,
man's incredible.
right.
He goes
Sounds
from down like a tenor up to, oh my God.
mm,
But, now he's making money as a YouTube channel and it all took off.
mm.
But it's international language music. My favorite thing was, the movie Highlander, Mel Gibson. Queen did the backing track while they used that. Then I started to pay attention to Queen again. Poor Freddie.
Who wants to live forever?
Yeah, and another one bites the dust, and
I want to ride my bicycle.
oh yeah, and I want to be free. You remember that video?
Not the video so much. Do you know, like I was most aware of Freddie's music via jukebox. Do you know, like going to the snooker hall, waiting for the school bus. Yeah, I used to have to wait nearly 2 hours for the evening bus to get back home every evening after
Oh
school.
wow!
Yeah, yeah.
I had to walk, but not that far. A few miles.
I had 20 walk home. I'd have 28 miles to.
You're roboting a bit. I don't know what my
Oh,
signal.
that's normal.
No, I know. This is the guy I tell you about. Oh, I could go on and on, Steve. I
Feel
actually,
free, brother. Feel free. We're listeners. Do you get me? Yeah. This channel, we're full of listeners. Yeah.
I'm not. I've never grouped people, Steve. I have friends of color and everything else. But there was May 4th, 2020. I'm on that tech channel, the big one. Why don't you go see this guy, Doug Bett? So I took a look and I thought, forget it. So I went back there. Then he said it again or something. And why don't you come on Zoom and everything else? And I thought to myself, because you don't want to hear what I have to say. Nobody does. But I relented. But there was a guy. He's over in Michigan, around Detroit. And he had retired, but his wife had a girlfriend, and there's something about she had pull. It was a Fortune 25 company, not 500, 25. And he was in there. Now he's vice president of information technology. Obviously, it's almost like nepotism. That son of a bitch never left me since the day I went in there. And we were on a Zoom after the live. And there's 8 or 10. And I warned him, don't trigger me. Of course, he wants to play. Steve, I walked around this apartment for 25 minutes. I was making up names to call him. I hyphenated names to call him. And it occurred to me, somebody muted me because the creator wasn't there. Somebody else had host. They were listening to it all. But my point is, and shoot me, I don't care. What I'll call a quintessential Jew, you know what I'm saying? Everything out of his mouth is slanted that way. He decided to take me on with that. But since then I didn't bother with this one guy who's right around Michigan again. He was the same. He's taking me on again. So I just left. Why bother?
Yeah, exactly.
With all kinds.
Yeah. Why bother? What's it going to achieve? You know?
Oh, I don't. It's
And
just
when you're successful, what's it gonna relieve? What's gonna come from it? So yeah.
But I put in over 2 years over on after I left there, and somebody said, why don't you go to Bonnie's? You know, who's that? Well, here's a link. And I'm not that son of a bitch. And we were good friends. I almost confided in him until he took something the wrong way. And I said, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Okay. You know, give me what for it. No, we wouldn't dance. You know, why don't you go over here? And I ended up over there, put in 2 years and whispered nothing. You know, YouTube, Jesus.
Yeah, it's
But,
completely different to anything else I know in this YouTube link connect.
But maybe they're right. I'm here. Maybe I wouldn't have been here, you know, if all that didn't happen.
For sure, this is it. For many of us, we recognize it as there's a reason we meet, you know, and maybe it's something to do with past lives, or maybe it's something to do with future times. Who knows? But the here and now is more important than anything. Yeah, the here and.
But I mean, I know a guy. He's been through hell. I'm not going to get into. It's unbelievable since the date of birth. But he's a Christian. But the remarkable thing about him, he doesn't pound the Bible. He doesn't, and we've become really close friends. The StreamYards and that. He's a remarkable, I was going to say young man. I'm calling a 41-year-old a kid.
Well, presumably you being a great grandfather, presumably, you know, you're old enough to be 41-year-old's father. So, yeah, for you to call him a kid is the same as you calling me a kid. I'm 44. Do you get me? Yes, yeah, I wouldn't be offended.
Next March, my daughter turns 50. My daughter turns 50 next month. next March.
Next
God,
March. Wow.
next March. She's 49.
Wow. Cool. Okay.
Try to figure that one out. You never know. You never know. I gave up reflecting a long time ago.
Yeah.
This
Man,
is
we's in different times, you know, like we's in different times, you get me, yeah? I mean, like, whoa, how, yeah.
yeah.
You know, like 100 years ago, it's still very common that, you know, like people who's family orientated, you know, like, yeah, and community orientated. You know, 2023, you can say like a majority of people don't even know their neighbors, let alone sat and had dinner with their neighbors or know what
Yeah.
profession their neighbors have got. Yeah.
I mean, when I grew up, there was things I thought were so important, so things, whatever, so earth shaking, but the street was safe. Not entirely, but pretty damn close. Point is, I had a damn good childhood when I look at it,
Yeah.
much as I gripped. And there's a thing Freddie does, too much love will kill you or something. Or no, these are the days. And he says, those were the days of our lives. The bad things were so few. And when you look at it that way, they were.
Mm.
Mm. Oh, Jesus. The one saying I got to myself, I'm too damn young for this.
Yeah. I'm not old enough to feel this old.
Really?
Yeah. Not me. No, I'm all right. I don't feel old. Yeah. And for me, you know, like people said to me for a long time, Steve, yeah, you're lying to us. You know, there's no way you're 44. You know, like you're definitely like 60 plus. You get me? And it's like I take that as a compliment. You get me? Yeah, I've always had people telling me I'm 20 years older than I look, than I act.
I remember when I, more or less, are you there? I bounced. Oh, that guy that I told you, the second guy, he had a desktop, and of course, had a power surge, took it out. Point is, you said it's normal on the phone. He said he's always on his phone now. He said I had a sound, it was too loud. How the hell was I on StreamYard for 3 hours and anybody could stand it? But he's on his phone, and then boo, 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 boo. Why the guy even goes on panel, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I must admit, I have to watch myself in your chat.
Why?
Well, there's not too many women.
Mm-hmm.
I found it easier to play, as I call it, with women.
Okay.
Now, there's some good guys. There really were. There's one that I'll miss his channel. I will. He's right in your face. He's a Texan, 6'7", 290 pounds. But you always know what he's about, There's no two ways he says it. And he's gone. Like, as far as I'm concerned, he's gone. I just can't. So when the gals want to play, it's a lot of fun.
Mm.
And you don't have to be rude or obnoxious. You just have to insinuate,
Yeah.
Let them, it'll be ambiguous. Let them tell you what you meant,
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we've got some educated ladies that can play games. You get me? Yeah.
yeah.
Earlier, yeah.
But one guy, which is questionable, but he had used to be every Friday night, and he did the videos. He'd have to stop it with YouTube and start another one, but it was like a party, like at a bar.
Cool.
Everybody needed that, Steve. They didn't want to hear news. Anybody came in and said, "News flash, Fox News," they said, "Get out."
Yeah.
You know, it was a lot of fun.
Cool.
It was a, I
Mate,
remember.
I'm very surprised that there's very few party environments. Do you know, like, yeah, I've started seeing this 420, the karaoke and stuff. Do you know, but like, for me, there's no party. Yeah, and like for
No,
me, that's weird. Like, I thought would have thought like virtual partying and you know, like all these DJs. Do you know, like it'd be banging on there. Do you know? Yeah.
I remember when it was really going because there's questionable things of him now, and they're probably well founded. And I don't want to deal with it, but it was more or less like that. It was kind of like you could almost picture a bar, and this guy had an FM radio voice. He does. So it's
Mm-hmm.
kind of like the disc jockey, you know, come on, and the music's going.
Mm.
So the girls came in, you know, well, I'll call them girls. 50-year-old's a girl to me. You know, it was just fun with the music and that. So I put into the chat something like, all the ladies can unlace your corsets now and put them on the back of your chairs.
Mm-hmm.
And one says, we already have.
Yeah.
And it all got going like this. So there's one, Jody was her name. I haven't seen her in a while. So I said to the guy, Ken, I said, the cops want in. What do I do? You know, take the security side of it. Well, what did they want? Who's in trouble? I said, no, they want to join the party. So here goes the security thing, right? So I said to Jody, get off the table and put your clothes on. I don't have to. I said, I'm going to drag you off the table. And she turns around and says, I don't have to get down here. You're not my real dad. I says to her, if I was your real dad, I'd take you back for the deposit. Now get off the bloody table. It was a lot. It was, that's just one interaction. It was a riot. And that's gone now. How the hell did I get to be her stepfather? I don't know.
You sound very happy. Yeah.
Me?
Yeah. You sound like a happy man, right? Yeah. You do.
If it wasn't for a recent thing, it's a struggle. You see, if you take somebody, if you retire and you get the pension from the government, because companies quit that. When I started to work for an aircraft company, it was 3 years too late for the salary pension. But the thing is, Steve, now it's not a case of trying to get by or living. You can't survive with the cost of food and that.
Mm.
I don't know. You almost think I'd never be in this position,
This is it, mate. You get me? Yeah, this is where we need communal living. Yeah, communal living, cooking with each other. Do you get me? Yeah, life can be much easier. Yeah, sharing television, sharing radio, sharing house bills. Yeah, so
I don't
for
know
me,
how that would work.
well,
You know how I solved the problem of living alone now?
go on.
I have 5 imaginary friends.
Yeah, brilliant.
Like I said, everything with me evolved. Like I said, this Black Watch meant something to me from 2014, a very, very deep, dark time. And reversal words. But this is a true story. I didn't make it up. I was in a chat at the time. No, I told it in a chat. I don't know. I've never done the census. I did it twice in my life. They send a card and everything like this. And I only voted because my mom, after my dad passed, you got to go, you should go. So I took her and whatever. And so anyway, my son-in-law comes up. Now and again, nobody really comes over here. And says, here's a card from the mailbox, your census. So I says to him, I don't do it. Throw it in the garbage on your way out, whatever. So I'm sitting here and I'm in a chat or something. Yeah, I was. And see, I kind of figured when you grow up, and you open the fridge to look for something, your father says, do you close the door, you're letting the cold out. You know,
Mhm.
what do you want? And you don't drink out of a milk carton and all that. So
Mhm.
nobody comes over here. And I kind of figured, why am I pouring stuff into a glass to wash?
Mhm.
I'm the only one. Why do I do the laundry and everything? You know what I mean? It's just a change took place of the normal things you do.
Mhm.
So I'm in a relaxed state, if you get my mind, meaning. I
Mhm.
don't even
Yeah.
chat. And there's a bang on the door. And I figured they'll go away. You know, you just hear bangs now in an apartment building. Wasn't going to go away. It was about 11 in the morning or something. And I thought, I got to get my pants. I got to get, hang on. And I thought, well, you don't know who it is, so you got to. So I opened the door, and there's a woman in her 40s. I'm kind of behind the door or something. And yes, she says, I'm here for the census. I said, what do you mean? They're coming out? It must be the apartment building. They keep track of this stuff. And COVID, everything's been on.
Mhm.
So our prime minister is Justin Trudeau. Back in my day, his father was one. So I stood to the opening of the door. I said, tell Justin I'm alive. Now go away.
Mhm.
He
Mhm.
said, you got to do the census. It's a law. I said, I know the law. Steve, technically speaking, you don't do it. The government could prosecute you, but they won't.
Mhm.
So she's going on. I says, look, lady, I'm going to be nice. Fill it in and go away. You're wasting an elevator trip. So she's finding, she's getting a little tired of it and she's filling it in, right? I'm not saying I just go away. She says, if you don't do this, she'll prosecute you and go to prison. I says, I'm dying. Wonderful. Send me to prison. I want two
Yeah.
color TVs, a private shave, and when the book comes around with the guy with the bookmobile, I don't want my copy of Kama Sutra. I wrote it. Now go away. And she finally gets frustrated. She says, do you live here alone? I said, just me and the four hookers in the bedroom I rent out on Saturday nights. Now go away. And she finally went away. True story.
That sounds brilliant.
They must think I'm crazy in here. Maybe I am.
Who are they to judge? They have to be in your position or higher than you to make judgments.
Yeah, well, I don't. Oh, there's a number of things I've made up for story time. Countless little stories. You know what my daughter said to me? She says, Dad, press your button at story time. I said, look, when you got all your years in your rearview mirror, almost, then come back and talk to me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
this doesn't seem real. Doesn't seem real. But it's the only reality I have.
So here, have you had contact with Rose?
No, like, all I know is that she mentioned on yours she might be moving to another rental place, and that's the last time I saw it.
Right. Well, she's been living in a tent.
I don't know where she just gone.
Yeah, she's been living in a tent since. Yeah, so she's not had much phone signal. She's not had much electricity.
Does she do her channel's content anymore?
Uh, she has done. She has done. Yeah, she has done one live stream, but I missed it.
So many are gone now, Steve, from two
I
years ago.
I
Drastic
know.
change.
I was thinking this morning. There's so many good channels that I used to tune into. Yeah, and then like I don't know, just for some reason they just didn't seem to be like the same. So I moved on. They've moved on. But like I said, I'm quite new to. I'm only 1 year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only 1 year on this platform.
I told you about that Bonnie one, and I'm back and forth with him when I started, and she asked me the question you never ask anybody on a live.
Right.
But she said to me, "You Blackwatch, you come in here every night, and you come in back again. I hope you take something, just one thing, to get you through the night." And I said, I think I'm going to tell you why I'm here eventually. But a week later, I went on panel, and I said, I have your answer. She said, to what? Why I'm here. I'm here just to witness, nothing more. All the nonsense, broken channels and broken friendships and negative. But I didn't create it. I'm just a witness to it all. I knew it
Yeah.
would happen. I knew it would happen. I I didn't think it. I felt it.
Yeah. Yeah. I relate to that. I relate to that. I see it. I see it. You know, it doesn't take me long communicating with somebody before I see what's going on. You know, and this
I
is where it says, you sound like a happy person. You know, like you well lived and you've had your plenty of adventures, flipping heck, and of the generations are different. Like wow, totally different timing. And here you are. Wow.
Let's
You
put
know,
it this way. My daughter's almost been confirmed as an empath. Guess where she got it from?
space.
You just feel it. You don't think it. You just feel it. There was a chat. I saw it one time and never saw it again. They got on subject matter very dark, very morbid. One woman had to leave. She's empathic. She couldn't be in there.
Mm.
Too much negativity.
Mate, I get those messages every day. Yeah, people saying, Steve, just walk away from the drama. There's too much negativity. You're better than that. You're not that type of person. And I was like, I know. So why does it keep following me? Why is it like a magnet?
Well, the thing was, if she's empathic, there's a lot of people hurting that lost people, a lot of pain. And that's what
Yeah,
she would have felt. She couldn't handle it.
yeah,
So I understand that. She's got to be late there. You're 7 hours ahead of more.
yeah, yeah. It's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning now.
Yeah. 2 o'clock. Yeah, 7 hours. But anyway, it's been fun. That's my little story on the internet. And there's
Hey,
more.
yeah, man. Hey man, if you want to talk, yeah, like talk, yeah. I does 20-hour lives. I does, yeah. People just take over. If I fall asleep, I fall asleep. You get me? Yeah, I'm happy listening. Yeah, and you're in a safe place. You get me? Yeah, you're in a place where you're appreciated. You know more than anything.
I think it's at 12 hours. YouTube stops recording, don't they?
I don't care for that.
No,
I'm
I
not
know.
here.
I'm just saying.
I'm not here for YouTube. I'm here for us. Do you get me? Yeah, I'm here for us. Yeah, whoever needs this chat room at the time is there for us.
No, it's just I've done some of the marathons with people, and they do lose control of YouTube. They know that. You know.
Okay, let me tell you those. Yeah, for myself, I've always spent my life being like a welfare fairy. Yeah,
Yeah.
uh, being there in the recovery tents at the festival. Yeah, yeah, being involved with the counselling of like when people need sound advice. Yeah, a lot of people come talk to the people like myself. Yeah, yeah. So for me, it's like I can listen. That's one of my greatest things is I can listen. I can like I'm happy to listen. You know.
Yeah. I never thought it would bother me to be on my own until this one came along, and it I have a tendency, I must say, to look forward to talking to her.
Hmm.
got extremely close in these over 2 years now.
Right.
You know what my daughter told me?
Go on.
It's not going to be a surprise. She's on her second marriage. You know, I told her don't even look at the first one, but anyway. And before their daughter came along, they moderated Facebook. You know, well, which they don't do. They don't have the time. Um, but when this woman came in, I kind of said, you know, security wise, it's the internet, right? I have second thoughts. So I said, what do you think? She says, like, her husband, there was a good friend, Tim, that was here. He had 3 heart attacks, died. 350-pound man. So there was Tim and Kieran. She says, Dad, everybody on the internet is an asshole. But then again, I met Tim and Karen on there. I felt like saying, what do you mean? They're assholes? I really wanted to meet Tim, and he died just before I got here. The internet. But I don't know. Anybody want to come up on panel and we'll talk about, I don't know. It's only 7, not even 7:30 here. No, I know the story you said about that woman and she wouldn't come back to Spain with you. I don't know. Can't live with them and you can't live without them.
I know, it's brilliant.
Hmm.
Yeah. That's the freedom in life.
You might get this, you might not. As a man, you might. Every Saturday, we went to the Palace Theater for the afternoon thing. Until I got a paper route, but I think I finished it. Anyway, Steve Reeves and Hercules, right? And Jason and the Argonauts, all that stuff. When those movies really drew a lot of money.
Yeah.
And Hercules went for a walk. It's supposed to be Greece. He's going from town to town, right? And he goes to a forest, to a clearing, and he's lost. So he sees like a campfire type of thing, you know, somebody's out there. So he goes up, and here's a guy. You know, it's back in the Grecian days. He's standing up to his chest in a vat of olive oil. But Hercules is not going to pay attention. That's his business, right? So he says, you know, how do I go? Go down this road and go down that road. He says, thank you, my friend. He says, before I go, I have to ask you, why are you standing in that vat of olive oil? And he points down to his crotch and says, I want the thing to wither off. It's been my enemy all my life. If you get the point. Women.
You get me?
I'll never, I can't forget those things that I went through. I think I was 10. And you know the funny thing? My mother started to have concerns of me going to those, as the years went by, those movies. You know why? The harem girls. I guess she thought I was going to start up a harem.
Yeah. Yeah. As I get older, I start thinking there's more chances of me having a harem rather than just a single bride.
Well, you can't be a sheik or anything else without a harem now, can you? Okay. And what they would be considered skimpy dress back then, today it would be shocking.
Yeah. Yeah. Hangable fence the way they walk around these today.
They don't have a stitch of clothing on.
Sure.
I don't mind, Steve. I'm just pointing it out. You getting ready for bed by now?
Yeah, always, always ready for bed at about 9 o'clock this evening.
Yeah. Well, I can
I was,
jump down if you wish.
mate, like I said, you feel free, you know. For me, I'd be happy falling asleep knowing that you're happy on panel, happy days. Yeah, mate, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I am.
I hope I sound happy because honestly, and we all have it, I've been through hell and I'm not out the other side yet. But it's the only game in town, right?
That's it, for sure, yeah.
Yeah. I took my warranty card. They told me it was out 45 years ago.
Mhm.
I said, I want to trade this in. They said they won't even take it at the scrapyard. So, oh well. Have you ever got something in your eye? You can't get the damn thing out.
Yeah, and quite often, yeah, I put it down to a THC crystals. Rolling joint, scratching my eye. Next thing you know, fucking eye itch. Yeah.
This drives me
It,
crazy.
like eye wash. Yeah, that's very good.
I'm getting messages on Skype from the lady.
Do you know what? Right, Skype was one of the first video calling platforms that I was aware of. Yeah, and I never, I think maybe once I used it.
Well,
And
Microsoft, sorry, it's hard to hear you. Microsoft sold it off. There's another company has it now. It's free, so it works. I'm not going to pay for Zoom or StreamYard. There's just no point. I don't know what StreamYard. I don't know what it costs. We looked into StreamYards. I don't think it'll work. The one thing I don't like, if you go to StreamYard's page, what I'm looking at, I hit the X, I'm gone. If I do that in Zoom, it's going to say, do you really want to leave? Confirm leaving. Why don't they put it into StreamYard? Too many people I hear, where'd they go? They clicked the X. If it said, do you really want to leave? And they said, oh no, I did it by mistake. But they don't have that. Who we got coming in now? Someone saying hello to Steve. And I can't see who. I can't see who it is. Anyway, I'm going to have to jump down pretty soon, Steve. I'll let you get to bed. There's one thing about working in information technology. Machines don't sleep, and neither do you. But anywho, should we say goodnight, sir? I lost Steve again. Hello? Hello, Steve. I got to go make dinner. I'm going to go in the chat and say goodnight, all. See everyone. Take care.
Hey, Blackwood, thanks very much for joining, brother. Yeah.
I just
Hey,
left something in there.
yeah. Excuse me for it being so late. I'm pretty battered. You got me, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have hot dogs. Isn't that a delicious cuisine?
Oh yeah.
You
Yeah.
know something though? My son-in-law did it. They did the shopping. All my life, a normal hot dog. I don't get footlongs. Normal hot dog.
Mm,
You got to have a condiment, right? There's no taste.
yeah.
He got a single roll, and they're a little bit larger. They're delicious. I don't know what they've done to them. But outside of that, anyway, I'm gonna go.
We talk to you soon, brother.
Yep. Thanks for having me up. Have a good evening. Take care. Eh? Be safe.
No, no.
Catch you on the flip side.
On the flip side. Right. Good morning, Artemis. Top of the morning, broke fishing. Hey, Ultra. Oh. I'm finally back home. Yep. How are you guys doing? I'm just waking up. Yep. I rudely fell asleep last night. We had Black Watch up on panel, and when I got home, I think I just sort of like sat here for a while, and then climbed onto my pillow and just continued talking, but then fell asleep. That's all right. I like falling asleep. So here comes the sun.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't often wake up and think about going back to bed, but today seems like one of those days. Feels like one of those days where it might be best just letting me bed. Ugh.